So coming out in the First Lady Classic in our first division is entry number 2, Bar H, Miss Evergreen, 43L with her calf at side, Bar H Vindicator 2N. Coming to you from Bar H Land and Cattle, Landsberg, Saskatchewan, also owned by Taylor Mackey. And in show order, entry number 4, Boss Lake, Miss Ellie, 334L from Boss Lake Genetics, Parkland, Alberta, and also owned with Andrew Pastrick. Once again, her calf at side is Boss Lake Miss Ellie 548N. So these are our 2 that'll be coming back into our championship drive for our First Lady Classic for Charity Championship. Is entry number 2, Bar H Miss Evergreen 43L, and entry number 4, Boss Lake Miss Ellie 334L. So about to enter the ring for our second class. This is our second split. We have 4 entries in this class. So ladies and gentlemen, just to introduce another one of our judges here at the Futurity Classic here right now is Christine Sauter. Christine, her husband Carl, and their daughter Natalie operate Bridgeway Livestock. They raise Red Angus, Simmental, and percentage cattle near Rowota in Saskatchewan here, and they will be hosting their annual Working Stiffs Bull Sale on the farm March 24th. Be sure to visit Bridgeway Livestock in the stock exchange this week and visit with Christine about her operation. So, ladies and gentlemen, in our second split here of the show today, in show order, entry number 5, L83 Jillian, 328L, with her calf at side L83 Jillian, 535N, from L83 Ranch in North Dakota, Diamond C in North Dakota, Colby Firstenow, and Zane Loden. In catalog order, entry number 8, Greenwood Tibby, 78L, with her calf at side, Noble Standout, 33N, from RN Ranching Corporation at Lloydminster. So once again, entry number 5, L83 Jillian, 328L, and entry number 8, Greenwood Tibby, 78L, will be coming back for a championship class. So coming up with our third class in the ring. This class will have 5 entries in it. So once again, our third class in the ring. We have 5 entries in this class. Just a correction here, ladies and gentlemen. Entry number 12 is not in the show, so we have 4 entries in this class. We have 4 entries in our third split of the First Lady Classic for charity. So, ladies and gentlemen, one of the judges once again here on the First Lady Classic show. The 4-H Grand Aggregate winner from right here at the Canadian Western Agribition is Mr. Cameron McDonald. Cameron come from a commercial Angus semental operation located in Vanderhoof, BC, and he's currently in his second year of animal science degree at the University of Saskatchewan, where he's also the judging team president. And he would like to say a big thank you to the Canadian Western Agribition Committee for all that they do and having him available to judge today's show. So winner third split, coming out in catalog orders. Entry number 9, Freyburn Georgina 99L with the calf at side, Freyburn Blackout 1N for Freyburn Farms at Oxbow. And entry number 13, Elders Design 3157L from with her calf at side, Elders Nitro 524N, exhibited by Elder Charlais, Coronach Sketch, and also KFC Farms. So once again, entry number 9, coming from Freyburn Farms at Oxbow, and entry number 13 from Elder Charlais and KFC Farms. So as we await our fourth and final split from our First Lady Classic for Charity, once again we have 5 entries in this class. So at the conclusion of this class, we'll have the 2 entries from each of our preceding classes come in, and this will be vying for our overall champion First Lady Classic. And once again, our First Lady Classic female winner will be eligible for the CN Supreme coming up on Saturday evening right here in this very ring. So on our fourth and final split of the First Lady Classic Futurity here, we have one entry that isn't with us here, entry number 15. She's not shown, so we have 4 entries in this class.
We got our windows down, driving down the 405, sing along to the radio. We're gonna make it someday, nothing's gonna get in our way. We will be the biggest band in town. Round and round the world we'll go, putting on the greatest show. So make sure that you don't miss out, just be there. We're taking our shot, bring what you got. We're going all the way to the top. We will hear the sound of 1 million people screaming our names when we're backstage. We'll play loud, surfing the crowd. Everybody's jumping around. Yeah, that's the place where I wanna be. Going on stage, headline on a Saturday night.
So on our fourth and final split, coming back for our division or our overall championship class will be entry number 16, Brooksland Laney 313L with her calf outside NAC Laney 35N from Northern Lights Semitoles, Rossbury, Manitoba. Entry number 17, Hillhaven Verona Katie 16L with their calf outside Sweetgrass Verona Katie 16N from Foxtail Livestock at Elrose and also Sweetgrass Ranches. So once again, entry 16 from Northern Lights Semitoles in Manitoba, and entry number 17 from Foxtail Livestock and Sweetgrass Ranches. So just once again, as the marshalling is getting placed in the back to have our entries come back into the ring, we'll announce them as they come in catalog order. So we'll have 8 pairs coming in for our overall First Lady Classic Futurity Grand Championship Award.
Round and round the world we'll go, putting on the greatest show. So make sure that you don't miss out, just be there. Oh, just be there. We're taking our shot, bring what you got. We're going all the way to the top. We will hear the sound of 1 million people screaming our names when we're backstage. We'll play loud, surfing the crowd. Everybody's jumping around. Yeah, that's the place Oh, baby, don't cry. Don't cry. 'Cause there's always tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, if I could fly, ooh, I would be with you every second of my life. Sometimes it's just another day to get through, but it's not easy when you're blind from the truth.
So ladies and gentlemen, in the ring here now, entry number 2, Bar H, Miss Evergreen, 43L with her calf at side, Bar H Vindicator 2N from Bar H Land and Cattle Company in Langenburg, and Taylor Mackey. Coming out of that same class is entry number 4, Boss Lake Miss Ellie, 334L from Boss Lake Miss Ellie, 548N, coming to you from Boss Lake Genetics and Andrew Pastrick. In our second split, entry 5, L83 Jillian, 328L with her calf at side, L83 Jillian, 535N from L83 Ranch, Diamond C, Colby Firstino, Zane Loden. Also in that class, entry number 8, Greenwood Tibby, 78L, with her calf Noble Standout, 33N, from Double RN Ranch Incorporation, Lloydminster. In our third split, entry number 9, Fraburn Georgina, 99L, with her calf at side, Fraburn Blackout 1N, from Fraburn Farms at Oxbow, Saskatchewan. Entry 13, Elders Design, 3157L, with her calf at side, Elders Nitro, 524N, from Elder Charlet and KFC Farms Limited. In our fourth split, entry 16, Brooksland Laney, 313L, with her calf at side, NAC Laney, 35N, from Northern Lights Semitals, Rossburn, Manitoba. Also, entry 17, Hill Haven Verona Katie, 16L, from Sweetgrass, with her calf at side, Sweetgrass Verona Katie, 16N, from Foxtail Livestock and Sweetgrass Ranches. So these are our 8 individuals with their calves at side that come out of our previous 4 classes, and we'll be going for naming an overall champion, First Lady Classic for charity. Once again, this champion will be eligible to be in the CN Supreme on Saturday evening right here in this very ring.
I would be with you every second of my life.
So just as our final numbers are tabulated here, we'll ask our 4-H Grand Aggregate Judge to come forward and name our champion First Lady Classic of the 2025 Canadian Western Agribition, Mr. Cameron McDonald. So coming to you from Double RN Ranching Corporation, Lloydminster, Alberta, entry number 8, Greenwood Tibby, 78L, with her calf at side, Noble Standout, 33N. This is our First Lady Classic for Charity Female Champion. Once again, she's eligible, which she has already accomplished that feat. She's eligible for the CN Supreme Championship on Saturday evening, right here in this very ring. So once again, entry number 8, Greenwood Tibby, 78L, from Double RN Ranching Corporation, Lloydminster. Now we're going to have a short break, take some pictures here, and we'll start our First Lady Classic show and our President's Classic just in short order.
Once again, a nice round of applause and congratulations to all of our exhibitors in the First Lady Classic, as well as our overall champion. At this time, folks, I'd like to direct your attention to the big screen as we acknowledge our corporate partners here at the Canadian Western Agribition, the First Lady Classic and President's Classic, GMC, Babco, and CMAX.
So making the presentation for Babco meets.
Every great herd starts with genetics you can trust. At CMEX, we're partnering with beef producers like you to bring innovation to every breeding decision, to strengthen herds, build profitability, and ensure sustainability for generations. Because success comes from what you see and what you measure. Phenotype you can depend on. Data to drive you forward. Together, we're building better beef. From Canada to around the world, CMEX beef genetics are proven across continents, helping producers raise healthier, more efficient, and profitable cattle. Together, we're building a stronger future. One calf, one herd, one generation at a time. CMEX Beef, building better beef.
don't have anything ready right now to go. The cattle aren't lined up.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just want to acknowledge our sponsor making the presentation to our First Lady Classic Futurity Champion is Babco Meats. And representing Babco Meats here today is Daryl, Babby, Danny, Michael, Nicole, and Karen. So they'll be making presentations throughout the day here to our champion division winners of each breed in our First Lady Classic. Once again, we'd like to thank Babco Meats and check out their booth in the Cooperator Center, booth 308.
And once again, we are very pleased to have CMEX on board for our President's Classic. And we do have Miss Kayla Walker with us today. And of course, if anybody's sitting in the stands and want to come to the left-hand side of the announcer stand, Kayla's sitting over there, and she'd certainly be interested in visiting with you about all of CMEX's good programs and some of their initiatives they're doing in the beef industry. Again, we're just a few minutes away from getting our First Lady Classic and President's Classic cattle lined up. There'll be a bit of a switchover back in the barns as some of our breeders will be tying some up and getting the halters on some other ones. We'd like to acknowledge some of our overall corporate partners at the Canadian Western Agribition. Of course, the Bud Light Loading Chute. Budweiser is proud to support the Canadian agricultural industry and remains committed to working with farmers across the country for years to come. Agribition has partnered with SCMA to bring live entertainment to both Bud Light Loading Stage and various locations across the ground. Of course, we invite you to be visiting another part of the Canadian Western Agribition, and that is the trade show. You can check out many exhibitors located throughout the grounds, from great food to Christmas shopping and family fun. Agribition has it all. We'll have the rodeo. The Maple Leaf Finals will be starting on Wednesday evening. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday for the Maple Leaf Finals over in the Brent Center. And again, if you're not here to watch it, we got our folks online, the good folks, Mark Schuldigan and his great staff from DLMS are broadcasting the entire Canadian Western Agribition.
So ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start. The cattle are marshaled in the back. We're going to get on with today's show. On the First Lady Classic side of things, we're going to start with Class 101. This is the Gelfay females born in 2024. Once again, this is their yearling heifers. We have 3 entries in our first class, which is the Gelfay division. Once again, because there is no splits in this class, our top selection will be our Gelfay female champion.
And over on the President's Classic side of the ring, we'd like to thank CMEX, one of the largest AEI corporate partners in the world, being our major partner here at the President's Classic. We're going to be starting with our limousine division. I'd like to welcome our judges, Sarah Harris of Wadena, Saskatchewan, Matt Criddle of Coaldale, Alberta, and Garner Diebold, Hulchvale, Saskatchewan. Now, Class 1 will be our first class. These calves are born in 2025. We do have an age split January 9th through to January 25th. 2 entries in this class. First to walk in to be entry number 200, DBCC and Nacho Libra, 11N ET, shown today by Double B Cattle Company, Unity, Saskatchewan. They'll be followed by entry 201, Highs in Nashville, 508N ET, shown today by High Cattle Company, Rocky View County, Alberta. Class in the ring is Class 1, Limousine Bull Calves born 2025 with an age split January 9th through to January 25th. We now have the placings in the President's Classic. In our first class of the day, the Limousine Bull Calves born in 2025, and we're very pleased to have with us Ms. Kayla Walker, representing CMEX, our major corporate partner in the President's Classic. And your champion goes to entry number 200, DBCC Nacho Libra, 11N ET, shown today by Double B Cattle Company, Unity, Saskatchewan. Congratulations.
So back on the First Lady Classic side of the ring, we are done taking pictures of our First Lady Classic Futurity champion. And once again, the judges are back in the ring. Class 101, the Gelfe females. We have 3 entries in this class.
Coming into the Red Angus division right now in the President's Classic will be class number 3. These bull calves born in 2025. We have an age split of January 17th through to February 16th. First to walk in to be entry number 202, Red TK 115 Battle Cry 10N, shown today by T-Bar K Ranch of Wawota, Saskatchewan. Entry number 203, Red Blair's West Fair Play 21N, shown today by Blair's West Land and Cattle Limited of Drake, Saskatchewan. Entry number 204, Red Wilbar SBV 40 Creek 323N, shown by Wilbar Cattle Company, Dundurn, Saskatchewan. Additional owners, Sunbury Valley Ranch. Entry number 205 will be a scratch in your program. We're going to go on to entry number 206, Red Tehran. Who's that? 59N, shown today by Tehran Farms of Forestburg, Alberta. Entry number 207 is also a scratch in our program. Rounding out our class will be entry number 208, Red Rights Asteroid 504N, Right Livestock, Melfort, Saskatchewan.
So for those of you in the ring here, you can see on the screen right now, they got the People's Choice, your text to vote. So for the People's Choice First Lady Classic on the female side, text to 1-639-307-3330. Text your show number for your selection of the People's Choice. Once again, on the First Lady Classic, 639-307-3330. Once again, we'll run that right up till the actual division winners come back into the ring, and from that, the tabulation we made for the People's Choice.
As well, we're going to have the text to vote on the President's Classic side of the show arena as well. Of course, you can text 639-307-3337. Again, vote hashtag 639-307-3337, and you can only vote once. If you want to get excited and vote twice, your first vote will be nullified. So you get to vote once on President's Choice.
So in our Gelfie division, entry number 19, RWG Parkland M320 from Royal Western Gelfie at Red Deer County, Alberta. She's our Gelfie division winner. Once again, entry 19, RWG Parkland M320. So this female will be coming back into our championship class representing the Gelfie breed. So once again, making the presentation is Mr. Daryl Babby from Babco Meats. They're a sponsor of today's show on the First Lady Classic, making our presentation to our Gelfie winner. Congratulations to Royal Western Gelfie at Red Deer.
And we'd like to acknowledge our judges. I did do a quick introduction of them, Sarah, Matt, and Garner. But right now I'm going to give you a little bit of a bio on Sarah Aris. Her and her husband, Trevor, and family live in Wadena, Saskatchewan, where they raise purebred polled Herefords. Their farm name is Aris Acres. Sarah grew up showing purebred Charolais cattle at numerous shows and was actively involved in the 4-H program as well as judging. She ended up on the provincial judging team here in Agribition in 2002, and Sarah has judged a few 4-H shows as well. Their kids are now active 4-H members and are very involved in the purebred Hereford business. As a family, they try and go to as many shows as they can to showcase their animals. They have an annual fall female sale the third Saturday in October in Alameda, alongside a few other breeders. They sell their bulls privately off their farm. Let's make a nice Agribition welcome to one of our judges in the President's Classic, Sarah Aris. Class in the President's Classic Arena right now is the Red Angus division. We do have one split in this class, so when we recognize our champion, that will be the champion of the Red Angus breed. And our judges are just finalizing their cards. They're handing them in to our announcer stand. And we're going to let the computer do all the hard work, do the calculating, and we'll be giving that championship placement pretty soon, and we'll be inviting back out Ms. Kayla Walker from CMEX to make the vest presentation.
So on our First Lady side of the ring, this is Class 103. This is our first split of 2 of the Simmental females. There's 9 in this entry, in this class. So once again, all 9 are in the ring. So there's our first split of 2. Once again, our 2 that will be coming back for the championship, Simmental female, will be announced in catalog order.
With me, there's something else we need to find. Say you'll go, don't make me wait. There's no need to hesitate.
Well, back in the CMEX President's Classic, we're ready to recognize our champion in the Red Angus Bull Calf division. Let's congratulate entry number 202, a Red TK 115 Battle Cry 10N, shown today by T-Bar K Ranch, Wawota, Saskatchewan. You'd step ahead to receive your beautiful best, brought to us by CMEX. Remainder of the class will be excused with our thanks. Again, your champion, Red TK 114 Battle Cry 10N, T-Bar K Ranch, Wawota, Saskatchewan.
Blue is the sky, like the color of your eyes. Blue is your heart. It's been like that from the start. Say you'll stay till the morning light. I'll help you through.
How about a nice round of applause for your champion, Red Angus Bull Calf, in the CMEX President's Classic as he walks out of the Canadian Western Agribition show ring.
Let's make miracles come hold my hand. Let's find
Our next class in the President's Classic will be Class 5. This will be the Speckle Park calves born in 2025. We have an age split of January 14th through to February 1st. We have 5 exhibitors scheduled to show in this class. First to walk in will be entry number 210, KFC Night Moves 75N, shown today by KFC Farms Limited of Abbotsford, British Columbia. The entry number 211, PJS Notorious BIG 125N, PJS Speckle Park of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. The entry number 212, a Ravenworth Style 308N, shown today by Ravenworth Speckle Park, Middle Lake, Saskatchewan. The entry number 213, Carmark Nashville 2N, Carmark Cattle, Lashburn, Saskatchewan. And rounding out our Speckle Park class will be entry number 214, Maple Lane Nitera 636N, Maple Lane Stock Farm, Wetaskiwin, Alberta. Split 1 and only 1 split, so this will be our championship class as well, Class 5 in the Speckle Park Bull Calf division.
Let's make footprints in the sand. Let's make miracles come hold my hand. Let's find something new. Let's make footprints in the sand. Let's make miracles come hold my hand. Let's find something new. Me and you.
So this is show order.
Back in the President's Classic
These things are in. It
arena, we want to talk a little bit about another one of our judges, Mr. Matt Criddle. Of course, Matt was born and raised in Belgoni, Saskatchewan, where he is introduced to the cattle industry through the local 4-H program. His passion for the beef industry has remained strong throughout his life. Today, Matt works with Bullseye Feed as a beef consultant, providing high-quality supplements and nutrition solutions to purebred and commercial cow-calf operations, as well as feedlot operations across Western Canada. Matt and his wife Bailey now reside in Rentham, Alberta, on the Waters Family Ranch, where they have established their own red and black Angus seed stock operation, Water Valley Ranch. The Criddles are committed to advancing their herd through an intensive embryo transfer program and host a private treaty bull sale each spring at the ranch. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Mr. Matt Criddle. Of course, the Canadian Western Agribition is focused on education in agriculture, and we're ready to welcome over 10,000 rural and urban students offering hands-on learning experience that deepen their understanding of agriculture, animal care, and farm life. Be sure to visit the Education Pavilion located in Arena 1. And once again, education, a key component of the Canadian Western Agribition and the youth of tomorrow and our cattle ranchers of tomorrow as well. Heritage Link, a key part of Agribition's commitment to education, is honoring and showcasing Indigenous culture and traditions. Don't miss the storytelling, the cultural demonstrations in the Brent Center Link as well. Agribition Express is back. Hop on the bus for free and get dropped off right at the Agribition gates. Just pay $20 at the door and enjoy all the fun, excitement, and everything Agribition has to offer. Presented by SGI and serviced by the City of Regina. Don't miss your free ride with Agribition Express. We now have all of the judges' cards in the Speckle Park class over here in the President's Classic, sponsored by CMEX. And we'd like to recognize your champion, Speckle Park, entry number 210, KFC Night Moves 75N, shown today by KFC Farms Limited, Abbotsford, British Columbia. If you would walk ahead, please, and receive your beautiful CMEX President's Classic vest, sponsored today and being presented by Ms. Kayla Walker, representing CMEX. And we do thank the remainder of our class, and you're excused with our thanks. And as she makes her way out of the CMEX President's Classic show ring, let's congratulate entry number 210, KFC Night Move 75N, shown by KFC Farms Limited, Abbotsford, British Columbia. Congratulations. We're now getting ready for Class 7 in the President's Classic. This will be the Shorthorn Bull calves born in 2025. We got a January 1st through to April 23rd split on these calves. Oh, they're not here yet? Okay. Do we want to hold that class then? Looks like we are still waiting for 215 and 220. So walking in right now, I believe we do have entry number 216, Prospect Hill Neptune, 35N, Prospect Hill Edensville Shorthorns of Meeting Creek, Alberta. Number 217, Head for the Hills Slurpee ET, shown today by Head for the Hills Shorthorns of Redverse, Saskatchewan. And entry number 218, Bell M Cavalier 21N, shown by Bell M Farms of Ingefield, Saskatchewan. I do know that entry number 219 is a scratch, and we are just waiting for 215 and 220. I'll wait for our handy marshals in the ring, and they'll advise me if we are going to call it a class or we're going to wait for a while. That's a wrap. That's our class in the ring, judges. Again, 215 and 220, along with 219, are now scratches in this class.
So in our first split of our Semitole females, entry number 23, TWST Halls Lizzie Hart's 456M from Halls Cattle Company, Craven. And entry 27, Tidy's Prickly Pear 27M from Tidy Livestock, Streamstone, Alberta. And 27 Cattle Investments. So once again, entry 23 will be coming back from our Semitole for our Semitole Division Champion, and entry 27. So as they enter the ring on our Semitole females, once again, this is the second split. There will be 8 females in this division split. There is 2 classes in our Semitole division. Once again, on the judges' side of our First Lady Classic show, we'd like to welcome Mr. Sheldon Kyle as one of our panel judges here this afternoon. Sheldon lives near Redverse, Saskatchewan, where he, along with his family, consisting of his partner Ella Wright, son Oliver, and father Ray Kyle, own and operate Kenway Ranch. The family-owned ranch was homesteaded in 1902 and has survived the test of time. The Kyle family added the Red Angus breed through their seed stock operation in 1986, and in 1989, the registered Semitole herd was phased out. They aim to calve 200 registered cows annually, hosting an annual online bull sale the first Thursday of April. The Kyle family markets Red Angus females and frozen genetics by private treaty sales and through various sales rings across Western Canada. Sheldon believes in breeding the kind of cattle that he likes to look at, and the type that fits his lower input management philosophy. A busy family schedule keeps Sheldon and Ella chasing their son Oliver to junior shows, 4-H events, hockey rinks, and ball diamonds. Once again, we'd like to thank Sheldon for coming today and being one of the panel judges on our First Lady Classic show.
Back over here in the CMEX President's Classic side of the show pen. We have Class 7 in the ring. This was our Shorthorn Bull Calves born in 2025. We did have quite an age split. We had April 23rd through to January 1st. But we're going to recognize your champion. Entry number 217, Head for the Hills, Slurpee, E.T. Head for the Hills, Shorthorns, Redverse, Saskatchewan. If you would step forward and receive your CMEX vest, we'd greatly appreciate that. We're very pleased to have with us Kaylee making the awards presentations. Looks like we're getting some more family members coming in for that CMEX vest presentation to our champion Shorthorn. Entry number 217, Head for the Hills, Slurpee, E.T. Once again, as they make their way out of the show arena here at the 2025 edition of the Canadian Western Agribition, your champion, Shorthorn in the CMEX. Head for the Hills, Slurpee, E.T. Head for the Hills, Shorthorns, Redverse, Saskatchewan. Congratulations. Just going to acknowledge a few more of our corporate partners here at the Canadian Western Agribition. Of course, SGI. A reminder from our friends at SGI and the Canadian Western Agribition. Go out, have a good time. Just make sure those good times can happen again by always finding a safe ride home. As well as the Regina Hotel Association, a proud sponsor of the Canadian Western Agribition. The Regina Hotel Association is pleased to offer guests staying at our member hotels complimentary shuttle service to and from Agribition from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m. So that'll get you for the first show of the morning and get you home right after the rodeo. Of course, a wristband is required, and you can get that from your front desk agent at the applicable hotel you're staying in. Again, we'd like to give a big thank you to Sask Energy. For the past 25 years, Sask Energy has proudly supported volunteers through the Champion of Volunteers program, and their commitment stands behind those who build local spirit, foster connections, and drive growth through their volunteerism. We're going to move into class number 9. This will be the Gelby Bull Calves. Entry number 221 will be a scratch. We're going to start with entry number 222. DRT Lonesome Unlock 393N, shown by Lonesome Dove Ranch, Pontiac, Saskatchewan. The entry number 223, DBE Davidson Jackson 55N, Davidson Gelby of Pontiac, Saskatchewan. The entry number 224, BLB Goodview Navigator 543N, Goodview Gelby, Pundashai, Saskatchewan. Entry number 225, DBE Davidson Gent 30N, Davidson Gelby of Pontiac, Saskatchewan. And entry number 226, AWB Twinview FT Sedgwick 11N ET, Twinview Livestock, Parkbeg, Saskatchewan. Birth dates January 30th through till February 21st. Class in the ring is our Gelby division in the President's Classic. I'd like to acknowledge our third judge over here in the President's Classic arena, being sponsored by our good folks of CMEX. That's Mr. Garner Diebold. He joins us today with a unique and diverse background rooted in ranching, bovine genetics, and animal health pharmaceuticals. Garner and his family are 4th and 5th generation ranchers in the Hodgeville, Shamrock area in southwest Saskatchewan, raising both purebred and commercial cattle as well as AQHA registered quarter horses. Cedar Leaf Farms is a long-standing Charolais seed stock operation, breeding 350 females annually and hosting an annual mid-March bull sale. Garner is the Bovagen Genetic Services Marketing Manager. Bovagen is located just outside of Moose Jaw on number 1 highway. specializing in advanced bovine reproductive technologies for livestock producers, mainly in the beef as well as the dairy industry. Prior to his role at Bovagen, Garner finished up 14 and a half years in the animal health pharmaceutical industry with Boehringer Ingelheim Animal Health as a bovine and equine territory manager, covering much of Saskatchewan, at times parts of Manitoba, as well as Alberta. This position included calling on veterinarians, ranchers, dairy farmers, and feedlots, delivering Boehringer Ingelheim animal health products and product information. Currently, Garner sits on the Canadian Cattle Association Board of Directors and is the immediate past president of the Saskatchewan Stock Growers Association. Garner has judged many shows over the years, from 4-H shows to national breed shows across Canada, and has had the opportunity to judge a number of shows internationally, including major shows in Mexico as well as Hungary. Garner is honored and sincerely thankful for the opportunity to judge the 2025 President's Classic. Let's make welcome Mr. Garner Diebold.
So in our second split of the Semitole Division, entry number 32, Mater Violet, 84M, from Mater Ranches Incorporated, Carstairs, Alberta. And entry number 38, Black Gold Lindgren, Minnesota, 4M, from RN Ranch Corporation, Lloydminster, Alberta, and also owned with Westman Farms. So once again, our two females coming back into the Semitole Division Championship is entry 32, Mater Violet, 84M, from Mater Ranches, and entry 38, Black Gold Lindgren, Minnesota, 4M, from RN Ranch Corporation and Westman Farms. So in our Semitole division, coming into our championship class, we will have entry number 23. TWST Halls Lizzie Hartz 456M from Halls Cattle Company at Craven. And entry 27, Tidy's Prickly Pear 27M from Tidy Livestock, Streamston, Alberta, and 27 Cattle Investments. Coming out of our second class in catalog order is entry 32, Mater Violet 84M from Mater Ranches Incorporated, Carstairs, Alberta. And also coming out of that second split is entry 38, Black Gold Lindgren Miss Soda 4M from Double RN Ranch Corporation, Lloydminster, and Westman Farms. So once again, these are our 4 females in for our championship class of our Semitole females.
Back in the President's Classic side of the show pen, again sponsored by CMEX. Of course, CMEX is a leader in genetic research, operating Bovatech in the state-of-art bovine research facility and providing advanced genetic technologies such as embryo and IVF reproduction. Well, we've held it off long enough. Let's announce our champion in the CMEX in the Gelby division. Aaron, walk ahead. Entry number 226, AWB Twinview ET, Sedgwick 11N ET, Twinview Livestock, Parkbeg, Saskatchewan. Again, we'd like to thank the remainder of the class. Again, a very competitive class in our Gelby division, and our champion making his way up to get his beautiful CMEX vest. Presented to you by Ms. Walker. Again, we're very pleased to have her here with us, representing CMEX, our corporate partner here in the President's Classic. Entry number 226, AWB Twinview FT Sedgwick 11N ET. Again, the good folks over at Twinview Livestock, Parkbeg, Saskatchewan. How about a nice round of applause as he exit the show arena? Your champion in the Gelbys, 226, AWB Twinview FT Sedgwick, 11N ET. We've got 2 splits in our Hereford, so we bring back 2 of each. Okay, and in no particular order. Bring them. Okay. Show order. Okay. Our next class will be our Hereford Bull Calves. We do have 2 splits in our Hereford division. This will be split 1. We have an age split of February 1st through to March 16th. First to walk in will be entry number 227, ANL ACDT, 174 Fawns, 115 ET, 133N, shown today by ANL Pole Hereford, Steelman, Saskatchewan, with additional owners Denny and Calvin Fornwald and Golden Oak and Alan Marshall. Entry number 228, Square D King of Soul, 649N, shown today by Square D Pole Herefords of Langbank, Saskatchewan. Entry number 229, Brookhill Northern Chill, 22N, Brookhill Farms of Blaine Lake, Saskatchewan. Entry number 230, Haraldson's Proud, 35 LET 37N, Haraldson's Pole Herefords, Wawota, Saskatchewan. Entry number 231, Remitol W Nordic 98N, Remitol West, Mountain View County, Alberta. And rounding out split 1 in our Hereford division will be entry number 232, HMS Highcliff 6153 Nevada 24N, HMS Highcliff Outlook, Saskatchewan. This is split 1 in the Hereford Calves, with an age range February 1st through to March 16th.
So in our champion female division, entry number 38, Black Gold Lindgren, Minnesota 4M is our Simmental female champion. Coming to you from Double RN Ranching Corporation, Lloydminster and Westman Farms. So once again, our Simmental female champion is entry 38, Black Gold Lindgren, Minnesota 4M. So making our presentation from our show sponsor, Babco Meats, is Michael and Nicole making the presentation to our exhibitor, Double RN Ranching Corporation, Lloydminster. So up next on the First Lady Classic side of the ring is our Class 105. This will be our Charolais females. We have 2 splits in this division. We have 6 entries in our first split of the Charolais females. Just a note on the Charolais side of the ring, entry 44 is not with us. So we have 5 entries in this class, entry 44. Once again, we'd like to acknowledge some of the sponsors here at Canadian Western Agribition. The Canadian Western Agribition merchandise. If you're looking to take a little piece of Agribition home with you, visit the official merch store at the end of the ITC hallway for all your Canadian Western Agribition 25 gear, hoodies, hats, and more. But hurry, these fan favorites won't last long. Also, if you're following along with Agribition, the CWA app, don't miss a thing this weekend. Download the official CWA app presented by the University of Saskatchewan. Find schedules, maps, tickets, and event results all in one spot. Find your Agribition experience with ease. Once again, that's the Canadian Western Agribition app.
For all the folks that are here today and may not be able to make it back or future days, or you're going to miss a day here or there, you can tune in to our good folks on DLMS and watch all of the shows live right here in the show arena. And, of course, we'll have some action down over in the Agribition building, or the Brent Center, I guess we call it nowadays. Of course, we've got the chore team. We got the rodeos later on there. Rodeos start on Wednesday evening. Again, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday evenings, Maple Leaf Finals Rodeo in the Brent Center. I guess so. I just got to sit down for a second and rest. It's taking a lot of pressure out of me. Oh, what now? No pressure now, huh?
Show your nose hairs here.
Oh, gee. Of course, we're very pleased also to have Show Champions Photography with us. Again, taking the, I'm going to call them action shots right here in the show arena on both sides, as well as they're doing the backdrop championship shots as well. So a big thank you to the team with Show Champions. Back in the President's Classic, CMEX sponsored event inside of the arena. We do have two splits of Hereford bull calves. And so coming out of split one, and these numbers will be in show order. Entry number 227, you'll return to that championship drive. ANL, ACDT, 174 Fawns, 115 ET, 133N. Shown today by ANL Polled Herefords of Steelman. Additional owners, Danny and Kelvin Fornwald, and Golden Oak and Alan Marshall. You'll be returning to the championship drive. Also joining 227 will be entry 231 will be returning. Remental W Nordic 98N. Shown today by Remental West, Mountain View County, Alberta. Remainder of the class will be excused with our thanks. So once again, 227 and 231 will return to the championship drive in the bull calf division of the Herefords Class 11 coming out of Split 1.
On our first class of the Charlet females, entry number 40, KAYR Annabelle, 483M from KFC Farms, Abbotsford, BC, will continue on to the championship Charlet division. Entry 42, BRCHE MCC, Rumpelmitz, 4501 from Southland Cattle, Shaunavon, and Claire Cadu. Once again, entry number 40 from KFC Farms at Abbotsford, BC, and entry 42 from Southland Cattle at Shaunavon. They'll continue on to come back for our overall championship female award. So coming in next will be our second split from the Charlet division. This is a large class. We have 8 entries in this class.
We're now ready for split 2 in the Hereford Bull Calf division. These calves have an age range of January 2nd through to January 31st. Entry number 233, a Harvey Bold Statement ET80N. Shown today by Harvey Ranching Company of Olds, Alberta. Additional owner, Tinley and Lila Harvey. Entry number 234, FCC 1K High Road 12N, Fluelli Cattle Company of Bowden, Alberta. Entry number 235, Glenlee's 3128 Epic 1N, Glenlee's Farms, Arcola, Saskatchewan. Entry number 236 will be a scratch in your program. We're going to go on to entry number 237, Bar JM 112J Outset 2N, shown today by Bar JM Farm, Douglas, Ontario, with additional owners, RWB Herefords. And rounding out our class will be entry number 238, TCF 6153, Painted Blue, 503N, The Cliffs Farm of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. This is split 2 in Class 11, Hereford Bull Calves, January 31st to January 2nd. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you know, throughout the morning we have been, an early afternoon, announcing our champions and those coming out of each individual split and so on and so forth. Of course, that is the opinion of our judges that are down in the show arena. Now, if you want to be part of the process, text to vote. You see the numbers up there, First Lady Classic, 1-639-307-3330. And we got the same number with a 3337 for the President's Classic. You can get online. You folks on DLMS, get your cell phones out. People in the crowd, I know if you don't have a cell phone, I guarantee you there's a 10-year-old right next to you that does. Borrow their cell phone, text in. You can vote for your champion in each one of our classes. But again, you can only vote once. If you get the urge to vote twice, your first vote will be vetoed and only your second vote will be counting. So text to vote. The numbers are up on the big screen. I'd like to remind everyone that we do have the Agribition Community Foundation going on. You can make sure to grab your 50-50 tickets tonight in support of the Agribition Community Foundation. This year's 50-50 is being presented by Young's Equipment. It's a progressive 50-50, which means the winning number will be announced on Saturday night at the Maple Leaf Circuit Finals Rodeo. So you can buy as many as you want. We're going to progress it all the way up to, who knows, maybe $1 million, maybe $2 million. Could be anywhere. It's the Canadian Western Agribition. It's like Telemiracle. We're going higher. That's what we're going to do. So get your 50-50 ticket, Agribition Community Foundation. And again, the draw will be on Maple Leaf Circuit Finals Rodeo Saturday evening. Back to the Hereford side of the pen, we do have these two exhibitors that will be returning out of split 2 in show order. Entry number 233, Harvey Bold Statement ET80N, shown today by Harvey Ranching Company, Olds, Alberta. Co-owner Tinley and Lila Harvey. They'll be joined by entry number 234, FCC 1K High Road 12N, shown today by Fluelli Cattle Company of Bowden, Alberta. Those two exhibitors will return to the championship drive. In Class 11 are Hereford Bull Calves of 2025. The remainder of the class is excused with our thanks.
On our second split of the Charlie division here, in catalog order, entry 46, Longview Royal, 59M from Longview Cattle Company at Grenfell, additional owner was Sarienko Cattle Company. Entry 51, SVY Darlin 410M from Sarienko Cattle Company in Maymont is our second female that we going forward. Once again, entry 46, coming to you from Longview Cattle Company and Sarienko Cattle Company, Longview Royal 59M, and entry 51, SVY Darlin 410M from Sarienko Cattle Company. So as these females exit the ring, we will have our two class placings from our two splits in our Charolais division. And these will be for the champion Charolais female.
Back in the bull calf pen, we have our championship drive in the Hereford division. Coming out of split one, we have entry number 227, ANL ACDT 174 Fawns 115 ET 133N. They'll be joined by entry number 231, Remitol W Nordic 98N. Coming out of split two in show order, entry number 233, Harvey Bold Statement ET 80N, along with entry number 234, FCC 1K High Road 12N. These four exhibitors will be competing for the overall championship Hereford Bull Calf in 2025 in the President's Classic, sponsored by CMAX.
So our Charolais females coming into the ring is entry number 40, KAYR Annabelle 483M from KFC Farms, Abbotsford, BC. Entry 42, BRCH MCC Rumpelmans 4501 from Southland Cattle Company in Clare Cadou. Coming from our second split is entry 46, Longview Royal 59M from Longview Cattle Company at Grenfell and Sarienko Cattle Company. And our second female from our second split is entry 51, SVY Darlin 410M from Sarienko Cattle Company at Maymont. So this concludes our four entries that are vying for our overall Charolais Female Division Championship. Once again, our judges for the First Lady Classic Show is Alistair Burnett from Ceylon, Sheldon Kyle from Redvers, Christine Sauter-Woboda, and Cameron McDonald. Cameron, once again, is our 4-H Grand Aggregate winner from the Canadian Western Agribition 4-H competition, and he is from Vanderhoof, BC.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, back in the President's Classic show pen, sponsored by CMEX, out of two highly competitive splits in the Hereford Calf Division, we're going to acknowledge our overall champion, entry number 233, Harvey Bold Statement ET 80N, shown today by Harvey Ranching Company, Olds, Alberta, and additional owners, Tinley and Lila Harvey. Congratulations. You'll be returning to the overall championship drive. Your champion, Hereford Bull Calf, 233, Harvey Bold Statement ET 80N. Again, walking forward, receiving that beautiful vest from our partners, CMEX, of course, Miss Kayla Walker doing the awards presentation.
On to the Charlet side of the ring. On the First Lady Classic, our champion Charlet female is entry number 51, SVY Darling, 410M, from Sarienko Cattle Company, Maymont. Congratulations to the Sarienko Cattle Company. Additional owner is also Jackson Corner. Making the presentation from our show sponsors of Babco Meats is Michael and Karen. Once again, making the presentation to Dennis from Sarienko Cattle Company.
Again, we do want to thank CMEX, and usually we have joining Kayla, we have Brad Gilchrist, of course, as well as Mr. Dennis Sarienko, but he's been too busy in the other pen collecting a banner with the champion Charlet, so congratulations again, Dennis. We're going to move into the Semitol division in our bull calves. This will be class number 13. First to walk in will be entry number 239, Hall's A Boy Named Sue, 383N. Shown today by Hall's Cattle Company, Craven, Saskatchewan. The entry number 240, MJP, Mr. Caliber, 24N, Border Semitols, Canistano, Saskatchewan. The entry number 241, Scott Excalibur, 27N, Scotland and Cattle of Arrowwood, Alberta. Entry number 242 is a scratch. Will not be participating today, so we're going to move on to 243. WF Century 293N, Walgren Farms of Edgerton, Alberta. Entry number 244, Peters, Mr. Oil Money 24N, Peter Semitols of Purdue, Saskatchewan. And entry number 245, a Double Bar D Capital 464N, Double Bar D Ranch of Grenfell, Saskatchewan. We're January 19th through to March 5th. January 19th to March 5th. This is split one in our Semitol bull calves.
So entering the ring now on the First Lady Classic side is our Black Angus females. This is our first split in our Black Angus division. We will have 3 splits in our Black Angus. So we have 6 entries. So just in the Angus side on our first class of Angus females, entry 57. Entry 57 is out. So we have 5 entries in this class. So we'd like to acknowledge for the show here today, and we're going to get a list of names here in a bit, but we'd like to acknowledge the ring people out here in the ring helping the judges through the day, and also the marshalers out back getting the cattle organized, ready to come in the ring in a very efficient manner. And we'd like to thank all those that are volunteering to help out to keep this show moving along so swiftly and smoothly here today.
I get dressed up to go downtown. I'm all messed up on a Friday night. Not really here for a good time, but if you're up for drinks and a good crowd, raise your glass to the sky. Let's toast to that. All these people can stare. I don't care about that. This is my pity party. I'm gonna cry all night and I'll flip the bird at the guys. I don't need nobody. This is my pity party. I'll do just what I want, yeah. I'll dance on top of the bar. I won't come down on it. I'll just do what I want. This is my pity party, pity party. If my highs are highs, my lows are low. Need to blow off some steam to get back up. I'm not someone you should cheat on. 'Cause when I come back strong. Raise your glass to the sky. Let's toast to that. All these people can stare. I don't care about that. This is my pity party. I'm gonna cry all night and I'll flip the bird at the guys. I don't need nobody. This is my pity party. I'll do just what I want, yeah. I'll dance on top of the bar. I won't come down on it. Yeah, I'll just do what I want. This is my pity party, pity party. I'm gonna drink all night and then I'm gonna let the tears fall down. I'm gonna dance all night and yeah, I'm gonna let it all out. I'm gonna drink all night and then I'm gonna let the tears fall down. I'm gonna let it all out. This is my pity party. I'm gonna cry all night and I'll flip the bird at the guys. I don't need nobody. This is my pity party. I'll do just what I want, yeah. I'll dance on top of the bar. I won't come down on it. Yeah, I'll just do what I want. This is my pity party, pity party.
Coming up with our first class of Angus females, very tight division. Coming back will be entry 53, DMM Leah 176M from Miller Wilson Angus at Bashaw, Alberta, and Joss Pittman. Also coming back in catalog order is entry 58, Freyburn Blackbird 36M from Freyburn Farms, Oxbow, Saskatchewan. So once again, entry 53 from Miller Wilson Angus and Joss Pittman, and entry 58, Freyburn Angus Farms from Oxbow. That concludes our first split of Angus females. Getting ready at the back will be our second split of Angus females. This is our second split of 3 splits in the Angus division.
We have 2 splits in our semi-tall calf division. We are going to bring 2 bull calves out of split 1. Of course, this will be in show order. Entry number 239, Hall's a boy named Sue, 383N, shown today by Hall's Cattle Company, Craven, Saskatchewan. They'll be joined by entry number 243, WF Century 293N, Walgreens Farms of Edgerton, Alberta. Once again, those 2 exhibitors, entry number 239 and 243, will return to the championship drive in our semi-tall bull calf class here at the President's Classic, sponsored by CMAX.
Coming in now on our Black Angus females is our second split of Black Angus females. Should have 7 females in this class.
Back on the bull calf side of the show pen, our split 2 of the Semitole bull calves. First entry 246 will be a scratch. Then we're going to go with entry number 247, DK Tactical 9N, DK Land and Cattle Corp. Lightman. 248 is a scratch. So next one will be entry number 249, Erickson 44N, Erickson Semitoles Incorporated, Clavette, Saskatchewan. Entry number 250, HFL American Pharaoh, ET 5031N, Homer Cattle Company, Minnedosa, Manitoba. Entry number 251, Pawn Neon Lights, 529N, Southpaw Cattle Company, Carstairs, Alberta. Entry number 252 will be a scratch as well. Entry number 253, City View Fireball, 517N, City View Semitoles of Moose Jaw. And entry number 254, Boundary Formidable, 8N, Boundary Ranch, Robsart, Saskatchewan. January 2nd through to January 11th. January 2nd to the 11th on this split 2 of our Semitole bull calves. I'd like to just talk about another great program that's part of the Canadian Western Agribition, and it's called the Golden Circle of Champions. Of course, the Golden Circle of Champions is about honoring children with pediatric cancer and life-threatening illnesses, helping families with experiences and expenses, and raising awareness nationwide through rodeo. This year's Agribition is excited to go golden and honor the Taylor family and Park's journey with pediatric cancer. Purchase gold scarves at the merchandise booth or rodeo programs at the Maple Leaf Circuit Finals to support the Golden Initiative. And of course, the Maple Leaf Circuit Finals rodeo starts tomorrow evening and will run through till Saturday evening. 4 performances of rodeo, and let's help support the Golden Circle of Champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, for those of you that are following along, once again, we'd like to acknowledge our sponsor for the First Lady Classic, Babco Meats. If anybody is coming to Agribition this week, come down Highway 11, stop in at their store right beside Highway 11, just east of Bethune. You can turn off and check out their selection of products there, their meats. Once again, they have a booth set up in the Cooperator Center, booth 308. And if you're traveling around Regina, they have a store on the north side of Regina. And when the coming days, they're going to be opening a store in Saskatoon. So they got you covered. You can check them out at babcomeats.com. Once again, we'd like to thank our sponsor, Daryl and his crew. They are here just to the right side of the announcer stand here. So if you're wandering through and want to visit with them about their products and what the services they offer for you, check them out. And once again, babcomeats.com. They are today's sponsor, the First Lady Classic. So on our second split of our Black Angus females on the First Lady Classic side, entry 62, Rust Beauty, 4422, from Canadian Sires and Donors, Mountain View County, Alberta, and ZWT Ranch. Entry 63, Merritt Flora, 4020M, from Merritt Cattle Company at Radville. Once again, these two females will be vying for our champion division on the Angus, entry 62 from Canadian Sires and Donors and ZWT Ranch, and entry 63 from Merritt Cattle Company. Coming in next will be our third and final split. We should have 6 entries in this class. Once again, our third and final split of the Angus females.
Well, back in the bull calf side of the show arena here at the Canadian Western Agribition. Of course, this being the President's Classic, sponsored by our good folks at CMEX. Coming out of split 2, let's congratulate in show order number 247, DK Tactical 9N, DK Land and Cattle Corp, Lampman, Saskatchewan. They'll be joined by entry 249, Erickson 44N, Erickson Sementals Incorporated, Clavette, Saskatchewan. Remaining of the class will be excused with our thanks. We're ready for the championship drive in our Simmental Bull Calf. We have coming out of split 1 in show order, entry number 239. Hull's a boy named Sue, 83N, shown by Hull's Cattle Company. They'll be joined by entry 243, WF Century 293N, Walgren Farms of Edgerton, Alberta. And coming out of split 2 in the Simmentals in show order, entry number 247, DK Tactical 9N, DK Land and Cattle Corp, Lampman, Saskatchewan. And entry 249, Erickson 44N, Erickson Sementals Incorporated, Clavette, Saskatchewan. These 4 exhibitors are in the championship drive. In Class 13, the Simmental Bull Calves born in 2025.
Wouldn't lie to you, doesn't matter what I do. She's got a hold on me.
Once again, to recognize some of the events happening at Canadian Western Agribition this week, the autograph signing. Don't miss out on an opportunity to meet some of the finest cowboys and cartgirls in the business. Join the contestants of the Maple Leaf Circuit Finals Rodeo and an autograph signing at the Brandt Center Concourse from Tuesday, November 25th to Saturday, November 29th. Also, the Golden Circle of Champions is about honoring children with pediatric cancer and life-threatening illnesses, helping families with experiences and expenses, and raising awareness nationwide through rodeo. This year's Agribition is excited to go golden and honor the Taylor family and Park's journey with pediatric cancer. Purchase golden scars at the merch booth or rodeo programs at the Maple Leaf Circuit Finals Rodeo to support the Golden Initiative.
She can let her hair down, but got her feet on the ground. I can't get enough of her. She can drive me so wild, just with that sweet smiling. There's nobody else for me. My heart starts racing every time I'm looking at her. She's my country girl. I couldn't tell you what she's doing to me. She's so damn out of my league. She's a little bit crazy on the weekends, dancing in her red dress, and I love the way she looks in my eyes. And I'm feeling like midnight's getting closer, and I just wanna hold her in my arms till the sun comes up. She's a little bit country. Yeah, she's my country girl. She's a little bit country. Yeah, she's my country girl. Guitar. Yeah. All right. Wouldn't lie to you. Doesn't matter what I do. She's got a hold on me. She's a little bit crazy on the weekends, dancing in her red dress, and I love the way she looks in my eyes. And I'm feeling like midnight's getting closer.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, over in the President's Classic, the CMEX President's Classic, we had two splits coming back in our Simmental calves, 4 exhibitors competing for the overall championship Simmental Bull Calf that will come back to the overall championship drive. Let's congratulate entry 249, Erickson 44N, Erickson Simmentals Incorporated, Clavet, Saskatchewan, your champion Simmental Bull Calf. Ask that you walk ahead, please. We have Ms. Kayla Walker going to make the CMEX vest presentation. Again, a big thank you to CMEX and all they do in the beef as well as the dairy industry. They're a leader in genetic research, operating Bovatech, state-of-art bovine research facility, providing advanced genetic technologies such as embryo and IVF production.
On our third division split of the Black Angus females, entry 66 will be coming back. Golden Oak, 1054 Magnolia, 435M from Murray Ranches, Tilly, Alberta. Entry 68, Black Gold Miss Tibby, 133M from Sylvia Cattle Company and Shulligan Cattle. Once again, entry 66 will be returning from Murray Ranches, and entry 68 from Sylvia Cattle Company and Shulligan Cattle. So as these females exit the ring, the marshals will be getting ready to have our three division splits lined up to come back in for our overall Black Angus female champion.
We're moving into the Charolais Bull Calf division in the President's Classic. This will be Class 15, Split 1. We do have 2 splits in our Charolais Calf division. This will be entry number 255, JMB Norm 509N, JMB Charolais of Brookdale, Manitoba. The entry 256, W2 Mr. Napoleon 18N, W2 Farms of Lampman, Saskatchewan. Entry number 257 and 258 are both scratches in our program. Next in will be entry number 259, Elders Notorious 570N, Elder Charolais of Cornac, Saskatchewan. Entry number 260, the SKW Encore 101N, Creek's Edge Land and Cattle of Yellow Creek, Saskatchewan. And rounding out split 1 will be entry number 261, Bar SK Boomtown 511N, Bar SK Cattle Company, Lloydminster, Alberta, January 17th through to February 10th.
Maybe I was blind, known you forever while I tried to find someone that could be my great love. Right in front of me, I didn't realize you were my dream, so you took me by surprise. Oh yeah, even in my wildest dreams, I didn't think we were destined to be, and now you're laying next to me.
So as our top 2 females from each class split of our Angus, Black Angus females come into the ring. This will be for our overall championship. Coming out of our first split, entry 53, DMM Leah 176M from Miller Wilson Angus of Basha, Alberta, and Joss Pittman. Also coming out of our first split, entry 58, Freiburn Blackbird 36M from Freiburn Farms, Oxbow. In our second split, entry 62, Rust Beauty 4422 from Canadian Sires and Donors, Mountain View County, Alberta, and ZWT Ranch. Entry 63, Merritt Flora 4020M from Merritt Cattle Company at Radville. And of our third split, entry 66, Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia 435M from Murray Ranches, Tilly, Alberta. Also coming out of that third and final split is entry 68, Black Gold Miss Tibby 133M from Sylvia Cattle Company, Derwent, Alberta, and Shulligan Cattle. Once again, these 6 females will be vying for our Black Angus female champion. They will be representing the Black Angus females in our overall championship First Lady Classic Drive.
Even in my wildest dreams, even in my wildest dreams. Oh yeah, even in my wildest dreams, I didn't think we were destined to be, and now you're laying next to me. Everything feels like oh
want you close, maybe hold your hand a little while. Somehow I know you're gonna be the girl that I'll end up calling my own. We ride around in style, sleeves rolled up, glasses on, and then you make that smile.
So in our Black Angus female division, entry 66, Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia 435 M. Coming to you from Murray Ranches, Tilly, Alberta. She'll be representing the Black Angus breed in the overall championship drive. Once again, 66, Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia 435 M. Congratulations goes to Murray Ranches, Tilly, Alberta. Once again, our event sponsors, Babco Meats. Making the presentation is Daryl and Michael to our champion Black Angus female.
You got your high heels on, and I'm wearing my worn out jeans. What could go wrong? Sipping on a beer, sing along to our favorite songs. All I want is you. You make my world spin round and round. Sometimes I don't know what to do, 'cause my heart starts racing when I'm with you. Can't get enough of this. Being with you, it's like never-ending sunshine. Feels like everything stops for a while when we look into each other's eyes. How could I ever let you go now when you're looking like that? Can't get enough of this. Being with you is a never-ending sunshine. A never-ending sunshine. You know I want you close, maybe hold your hand a little while. Somehow I know you're gonna be the girl that I'll end up calling my own. Can't get enough of this. Being with you is like never-ending sunshine. Feels like everything stops for a while when we look into each other's eyes.
In our Charlie Bull Calf division, coming out of Split 1, these two bull calves in show order. The entry 259, Elders Notorious, 570N, Elder Charlet of Cornack, Saskatchewan. And entry number 261, Bar SK Boomtown, 511N, Bar SK Cattle Company, Lloydminster, Alberta. Those two exhibitors will return to the overall drive for the Grand Champion Charlet Bull Calf. The remainder of the class is excused with our thanks.
I go straight from the bank, gassing up the tank, cranking up the radio, playing old Hank, and it ain't that long till I'm back at the farm.
So coming to the ring now on the First Lady Classic side of the show ring is entry class 109, our Texas Longhorn females. We have two entries in this class, and once again, our top placing female out of this class will be our Texas Longhorn female champion. So once again, we have two in the Texas Longhorn division.
We now have split two in the ring in our Charlet Bull Calves. We have entry number 262, Longview Hugo Boss, 12N, Longview Cattle Company, Grenfell, Saskatchewan. The entry number 263, KR Iron Horse, 1801N, KR Land and Cattle Limited, Wascatano of Alberta. Entry number 264, Hidden Lake Nate 2N, Hidden Lake Stock Farm, Carberry, Manitoba. The entry number 265, WGD Backwoods 502N, Danes Cattle and O'Neill Livestock, Red Deer County, Alberta. Entry number 266, Southland Amplify 17N, Southland Cattle of Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Entry number 267, Moyers Notorious 1N, Moyer Cattle Company, Elora, Ontario. Additional owner Hicks Charlays. And entry number 268, BRL Nobleman 504N, Flachette Ranch Limited, Eden, Saskatchewan. We have a January 1st through to January 15th birth date, split 2 in our Charley Bull Calves.
So in our Texas Longhorn female, entry 73, KL Smoke Show 400 from Cott Livestock, Coronach, Saskatchewan. Once again, this is our Texas Longhorn female champion, entry 73. Congratulations goes to Cott Livestock with KL Smoke Show 400. Once again, our sponsors for the show, Babco Meats, making the presentation will be Michael and Nicole. So follow along on the First Lady Classic side of the ring. It's class 111. Our main Anjou females, we only have 2 entries in this class. Once again, our winner out of this class will be our main Anjou female champion. Our champion main Andrew females coming to you as entry 74, VNDY 708 Calypso 445M ET from Vandy Cattle Company, Benson, Saskatchewan, also owned by Byman Cattle. Once again, entry 74, VNDY 708 Calypso 445M ET from Vandy Cattle Company, Benson, Saskatchewan, and Byman. This once again is our champion main Andrew female. Making the presentation from Babco Meats is Nicole and Karen.
If you believe in love, how will I feel it? If you believe in me, how will you let me in? If you are ready, how do I reach you? Thinking about us, you're thinking about it too. Higher and higher, I'm gonna raise the flag. Fire oh fire, send out a flare to find. Give me a reason. I'm gonna send a sign, calling you over, calling you to my life. We're off and away, we're around the world together. So off and away, come again. It's now or never. We're going away. You never know what we will find behind the line. Find behind the line. If you believe in love, give me a feeling. If you believe in me, hold me and let me in. If you are ready, I'm gonna reach you. I got a feeling you're gonna reach me too. We're up and away, we're around the world together. So off and away, come again. It's now or never. We're going away. You never know what we will find behind the line. Behind the line.
We now have the exhibitors returning out of Split 2 in a very highly competitive Charolais Bull class. Again, in show order, entry number 263, KR Iron Horse 1801N, KR Land and Cattle Limited, Wascatano, Alberta. And entry number 268, BRL Nobleman 504N, Blachette Ranch Limited, Eden, Saskatchewan. Those two exhibitors, 263, 268, will return to the overall championship bull class, and the rest of the class is excused with our thanks.
So in the Red Angus division here of our First Lady Classic entry, or with class 113, we have 4 entries in this class. We have 79. Entry 79 is scratched today, so we have 4 entries in our first split of our Red Angus females.
Back in the President's Classic CMEX sponsored class, we'll have our overall Grand and Reserve Champion Charolais Bull Calf. Please walk back in. Those exhibitors returning will be entry number 259, Elders Notorious 570N, shown today by Elders Charolais of Cornack, Saskatchewan. They'll be joined by entry number 261, Bar SK Boomtown 511N, Bar SK Cattle Company, Lloydminster, Alberta. Coming out of Split 2 will be entry number 263, KR Iron Horse 1801 and KR Land and Cattle Limited, Wascatano, Alberta. And entry number 268, BRL Nobleman 504N, Blachette Ranch Limited, Eden, Saskatchewan. These 4 bull calves will be competing for the overall champion Charolais Bull Calf.
So in our first class of the Red Angus division, in show order, is entry 76, L83 Millie 437M from Lee Red Angus, Plaza, North Dakota, and L83 Ranch. Entry 77 will be our second female in show order, L83 Tink 493M from Lee Red Angus, Plaza, North Dakota, and also owned by L83 Ranch. Once again, coming from the same operations as entry 76, L83 Millie 437M, and also L83 Tink 493M from Lee Red Angus and L83 Ranch. Coming in next will be our second split with the Red Angus division. We have two splits once again in the Red Angus show.
Round and round the world we'll go, putting on the greatest show. So make sure that you don't miss out, just be there. We're taking our shot, bring what you got. We're going all the way to the top. We will hear the sound of 1 million people screaming our names when we're backstage. We'll play loud, surfing the crowd. Everybody's jumping around. Yeah, that's the place where I wanna be. Going on stage, headline on a Saturday night. Oh, 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 Saturday night. I'm gonna quit my job. Never wanna have no boss. I just wanna play my rock and roll like they do on the radio. Tommy's got brand new drums, and I still have my old guitar. And John said this next song's gonna be real good.
83 lot, or sorry, entry 83 is not in the show here today, so we have 4 entries in our second split. Once again, entry 83 is not with us.
We're taking our shot, bring what you got. We're going all the way to the top. We will hear the sound of 1 million people screaming our names when we're backstage. We'll play loud, surfing the crowd. Everybody's jumping around. Yeah, that's the place where I wanna be. Going on stage, headline on a Saturday night. Oh, 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 Saturday night. Oh, oh, oh.
We now have the placings in the Charolais Bull Calf Championship drive here at the CMEX sponsored President's Classic. 2 very competitive splits, and coming out of split number 2 will be entry number 268, your champion, BRL Nobleman 504N, Blachette Ranch Limited, Eden, Saskatchewan. Of course, representing our good friends from CMEX is Kayla Walker and Mr. Dennis Sarienko. You know, if he's not collecting banners in the one ring, he's making presentations in this ring with one of our great sponsors, CMEX. We certainly do appreciate everything you do, Dennis. And Kayla, thank you for being here as well, representing CMEX. Again, great partners here at the Canadian Western Agribition and the President's Classic. And once again, your Charolais Bull Calf champion, entry number 268, BRL Nobleman 504N, Blachette Ranch Limited, Edam, Saskatchewan. That young lady did a great job. Congratulations.
So in our, in our second split of the Red Angus division, entry 81, Red LV Miss Dallas 21M will go forward into the Red Angus Champion Female Championship. Coming to you from LV Farms Limited, Mydale. Entry 84, Red Double B Ellis 402 from Double B Angus and McLean, and also owned with Carlos Ojea. Once again, entry 81 from LV Farms Limited at Mydale, and entry 84 from Double B Angus McLean.
Back in the President's Classic side of the pen, we're in our split one of our Black Angus Bull Calf division. Entry number 269 is a scratch in this class. We're going to go in with number 270 leading off the class. Madison's Rainmaker 30 in, shown by Matson Angus, Arden, Manitoba. Additional owner JAS Red Angus. Entry number 271, Gustafson, Leviticus Law 5033 in, G2 Cattle of Maccoon, Saskatchewan. Entry number 272, Ravenworth Gibson, 52N, Ravenworth Livestock of Middle Lake, Saskatchewan. Entry number 273, Rasilvia SC Mr. Mendoza, 28N, Rasilvia Cattle Company, DeWint, Alberta, and Sholigan Cattle. Entry number 274, Eastendale Black Mass, 2725, Eastendale Angus of Wawota, Saskatchewan. Entry number 275, JT Gambler 4N, JT Livestock Limited, Stettler, Alberta. And entry number 276, Brooking Springer 5166, Brooking Angus Ranch of Radville, Saskatchewan. Split one in the Black Angus Bull Calf division.
Getting back into the Red Angus side of the show on the females. Entry 76, L83 Millie, 437M from Lee Red Angus and L83 Ranch, coming out our first split. In catalog order, our second female is entry 77, L83 Tink, 493M, also from Lee Red Angus and L83 Ranch. Coming out of our second split is entry 81, Red LV Miss Dallas, 21M from LV Farms at Mydale. And entry 84, Red Double B Alice 402 from Double B Angus, McLean, Saskatchewan, Carlos Ojea. These are our four females vying for our Red Angus Division Championship.
I can see it in your eyes. Oh, yeah. But there is no need for sorrow. 'Cause I will be with you every second of my life. Sometimes it's just another day to get through. But it's not easy when you're blind from the truth. Gonna make it alright. Ooh, yeah, yeah. Even if you're down under the ocean floor, yeah, I'm gonna make it alright. Ooh, baby, don't cry. Don't cry. 'Cause there's always the tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, and if I could fly,
Well, here's one of the real competitive divisions we've had all day. Coming out on top for the Red Angus is entry 84, Red Double B Ellis 402 from Double B Angus, McLean, Saskatchewan, and Carlos Ojea. Once again, our champion Red Angus female is entry 84, Red Double B Ellis. Coming to you from Double B Angus, Baxter Blair, and Carlos Ojea. So coming in next is our Speckle Park division, Class 117. We have one class of our Speckle Parks. We should have 8 entries in this class. We got 8 entries, we're complete. So once again, our top placing heifer out of this class will be our Speckle Park champion female. Just remember, everybody, as we roll through the shows here this afternoon, that the People's Choice, remember to text in. We're going to go through it as we get into the championship classes. We'll bring it to your attention again once all the animals are in the ring. So just remember, you text in your choice with a show number for the First Lady Classic or the President's Classic. That is your choice of the show today. So just remember, we'll announce those numbers a little later on as we bring all the division winners into the ring. And just get on your phones, whether it be at home in the barns or in the stands here, and put in your choice for today's champions.
Back on the bull calf side of the arena, the CMEX President's Classic. This is split one in the Black Angus bull calf division, born in 2025. Coming out of this split in show order, entry number 273, Rosilvia SC Mr. Mendoza, 28N, Rosilvia Cattle Company, DeWitt, Alberta, and Sholigan Cattle. They'll be joined by entry number 276, Brooking Springer, 5166, Brooking Angus Ranch of Radville, Saskatchewan. And once again, Those two exhibitors will return for the championship drive in the Black Angus representing Split 1. We have a total of 4 splits in our Black Angus Bull Calf division here in the President's Classic. We're ready for split 2 to walk in our Black Angus. The entry 277, Merritt Relax 5040N, Merritt Cattle Company, Radville, Saskatchewan. Entry number 278, Merritt Headliner 5017N, Merritt Cattle Company of Radville, Saskatchewan. Entry 279, 606, Foreman 4N, 606 Livestock Limited of Mydale, Saskatchewan. The entry number 280, ASM Eldom Sooner 518N, ASM Cattle Company, Birch Hill, Saskatchewan, Eldom Cattle Investments, additional owner. Entry number 281, Freiburg Blackout 1N, Freiburg Farms of Oxbow, Saskatchewan. The entry number 282, HF Rising Star 82N, Hamilton Farms of Rocky View County, Alberta. Entry number 283, Graco Blackstone 5468, Graco Angus Ranch of Perry, Saskatchewan. And rounding out split 2 in the Black Angus division, the entry number 284, EF Director 2528, Onright Farms of Renfrew, Ontario. This is split 2, Black Angus Bull Calves in the President's Classic, sponsored by CMEX.
So entry number 92 is coming to you with our Speckle Park champion. Entry 92 is PJS Milky Way 105M from PJS Speckle Park, Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Once again, this is our champion Speckle Park female. Entry number 92, PJS Milky Way 105M. Once again, making the presentation from Babco Meats is Daryl and Karen. I knew you. Once again, our sponsors, Babco Meats, is great to see Daryl and his crew stepping up. Last year was their first outing being the sponsor of the First Lady Classic at Canadian Western Agribition. This year they stepped back up to the plate, plus they got their own booth right here at Agribition. The Cooperators Center, booth 308. Go check out all their products, steaks, beef jerky, sausage, you name it, they got it. If you're on the way into town or leaving, their store right out along the highway at Bethune on Highway 11, going out Regina on the way to Saskatoon. You know the way home or coming to here. Stop in and check out all their products. Just as we await our next class into the ring, once again, as Glenn was just mentioning up here, Babco Meats, they are also the sponsor of the Spring Fling Heifer and Steer Show associated with the Canadian Western Agribition, held right here on the grounds. Once again, they're a major sponsor for events that happen coordinated with Agribition year-round. So we'd like to thank them for their major sponsorships to multiple events. As we get ready here, we got our Shorthorn class coming in. We should have 7 entries in this class. Once again, this is a single class of Shorthorns. So our champion, or our first place female out of this will be our champion Shorthorn female. Once again, for those at home following through the show today, we're swiftly moving along. We're going to be shortly getting into some champion divisions here as we progress through it. Those at home, watching along, refill your cups, enjoy the afternoon. Duke, Howard sitting at home there, taking it easy on the chair back at home watching the shows. We thank them for all tuning in right across the world. So once again, as we move into our championship classes a little later on, we'll bring all our division winners in. Get your chance to text in for your People's Choice, both on the President's Classic side and the First Lady Classic side.
Let me know, do you feel me too? Let it show. me running blind. It's time for you and me, baby, to make up our minds.
So once again, our Shorthorn class in the ring, we have 7 entries in it. Class is complete. Once again, this will be our only class of Shorthorn females. So our top placing female will be our Shorthorn female champion.
Coming out of split number 2 in the Black Angus Bull Calf division here in the CMEX President's Classic. A very highly competitive split it was, and representing it in sale or show order, might be sale order later on this spring. 277 Merritt Relax, 5040 in Merritt Cattle Company, Radville, Saskatchewan. And they'll be joined by number 284 EF Director, 2528 On-Right Farms, Renfrew, Ontario. Again, those 2 exhibitors, 277, 284, coming out of split 2. Back in the President's Classic, sponsored by CMEX. This will be split 3 in our Black Angus Bull Calf division. Entry number 285, the leadoff bull calf, will be a scratch in our program. We're going to go to entry number 286, AJA Maximus, 537N, AJ Angus of Duck Lake, Saskatchewan. The entry number 287, Roy Mack Showbiz, 22N, Roy Mack Angus of Cut Knife, Saskatchewan. Entry number 288, Bolton Rockport, 503N, Bolton Angus, Wawota, Saskatchewan. Entry number 289, Brooking Savage, 5061, Brooking Angus Ranch, Radville, Saskatchewan. Entry number 290, Northern View, Walk the Line, 15N, Northern View Angus, Newdorf, Saskatchewan. And entry number 291, DMM Disruption, 26N, shown today by Miller Wilson, Angus, Bashaw, Alberta. Additional owner, Norrell, Limousine, and Angus. January 7th through to January 14th on this class. Split number 3, Black Angus Bull Calves 2025 in the President's Classic, sponsored by CMEX.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're in the arena here, in the ringside, just look up at the big screen, the People's Choice text to vote. Vote for your favorite heifer, 1-639-307-3330. And for the People's Choice on the President's side, 639-307-3337 for your People's Choice.
Of course, the Canadian Western Agribition has very many sights and sounds. Of course, you're sitting right here in this beautiful show arena watching the First Lady Classic as well as the President's Classic. But also, as you're wandering around through the grounds here at the Canadian Western Agribition, we have the Brandt Center. There's events going on each and every day in the Brandt Center, as well as an extensive trade show. So be sure to check out the many exhibitors located throughout the grounds for great food, Christmas shopping, and family fun. Basically, Agribition has it all. Again, welcome to the 2025 edition of the Canadian Western Agribition.
So coming out of the Shorthorn division is entry 98, KMS Reflection, 28C74M. Coming to you from Wild Weather Cattle, Kelwood, Manitoba. So once again, our Shorthorn champion females, KMS Reflection 28C74M from Wild Weather Cattle, Kelwood, Manitoba.
Let's leave the past behind. Walk with me. There's something else we need to find. Say you'll go. Don't make me wait. There's no
So one of our final classes here today in the First Lady Classic is our Hereford division. We have one class of 9 entries. So once again, our first place Hereford female will be our Hereford division champion.
come hold my hand. Let's find something new. Me and you. Blue is the sky, like the color of your eyes. Blue is your heart. It's been like that from the start. Say you'll stay till the morning light. I'll help you through the fight. Let's make footprints in the sand.
We now have the results in the Black Angus Bull Calf division in split 3. Coming out in show order, entry 289, Brooking Savage, 5061, Brooking Angus Ranch of Radville, Saskatchewan. They'll be joined by entry number 291, DMM Disruption, 26N, Miller Wilson, Angus Bashaw, Alberta. Additional owner, Nordal Limousine and Angus. Again, congratulations, 289 and 291.
Walk with me. Let's leave the past behind. Walk.
We have one more split in our Black Angus division. This will be class 17. This will be split 4. Once we have the 2 exhibitors coming out of split 4, we'll bring all 8 exhibitors back to determine the overall grand champion Black Angus Bull Calf. First to walk in to be entry number 292, Gustafson Courageous, 5004N, G2 Cattle, Maccoon, Saskatchewan. They'll be followed by entry 293, DMM, Missouri River, 8N. Shown today by Miller Wilson, Angus Bashaw, Alberta. Additional owner, Grant Lodge Farms. The entry 295, Justamere True Balance, 304N. Shown today by Justamere Farms Limited, Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. Additional owner, Nielsen Land and Cattle. Entry 296, Southland Milestone, 12N, Southland Cattle, Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Entry 297, BCC Caesar, 501, Brandel Cattle Company, Jarvie, Alberta. And entry 298, Graco Apollo, 5444, Graco Angus Ranch of Perry, Saskatchewan. Entry 294 is a scratch. This is split 4 in our Black Angus Bull Calf division. And we'll do a correction to that announcement. Number 295 as well is not participating today. So 294 and 295 are both scratches.
the night I nearly filled my pockets up with gold. And I wish the same for you. I wish the same for you. And I had you there to hold me. It was good enough for them, 'cause I was lonely. And I was the only one. Yes, I was the only one. And it was easy for me. It was even easier for you. But you were all I could see. And I was just something for you to do. I was stuck inside your city. 4 days was all it took, and you were over me. So I'll believe it. That's all it took, and you were over me. So don't tell me you don't need me. You could kill me dead or murder me entirely. And that would not bother me. Believe me when I say that would not bother me. It was easy for me. It was even easier for you. But you were all I could see. And I was just something for you to do. But you were all I could see.
Coming out of split number 4 in the Black Angus division in the President's Classic, sponsored by our good friends at CMEX. Entry number 293, DMM, Missouri River 8N, shown today by Miller Wilson, Angus Bashaw, Alberta. He's that wee little guy there, the wee little guy. That's Miller Wilson. That is the next generation. He's getting her done. And co-owner Grant Lodge Farms as well. He'll be joined by entry number 297, BCC Caesar 501, Brandel Cattle Company, Jarvie, Alberta. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we talk about agriculture. We talk about the next generation. How about that young man leading that bull out? Isn't he doing a great job? Comes from a great family. Miller Wilson, we do appreciate you putting that little grandson on the lead shank. You bet.
Just as we tabulate the final Hereford results, entry 102, Ella Miss Kitty, 4014 ET from Cane Creek Cattle Company, Glenham, South Dakota. She'll be your Hereford Division champion. Once again, entry 102, Ella Miss Kitty, 4014 ET from Cane Creek Cattle Company, Glenham, South Dakota.
We now have the Grand Champion Drive in the Bull Calf Division in Black Angus breed. Coming out of split 1, we have entry number 273, Rosilvia SC Mr. Mendoza, 28 end. They'll be joined by entry number 276, Brooking Springer, 5166, Brooking Angus Rancher Bradville. Coming out of split 2 will be entry number 277, Merritt Relax, 5040 end, Merritt Cattle Company. They'll be joined with entry number 284, EF Director, 2528, Onright Farms, Renfrew, Ontario. Out of split 3, we have entry number 289, Brooking Savage, 5061, Brooking Angus Rancher of Radville. They'll be joined by entry number 291, DMM Disruption, 26N. And coming out of split 4, we have entry number 293, DMM Missouri River 8N. And they'll be joined by entry number 297, BCC Caesar 501, Brandel Cattle Company, Jarvis, Alberta. That's our 8 exhibitors coming into the overall Grand and Reserve Grand Championship in the Black Angus Bull Calf Division, the President's Classic, sponsored by CMEX.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the First Lady Classic show. We're going to wait a few minutes here as the President's Classic gets near the end of its competitive divisions, and then we'll move into our champion drive on both sides of the ring. But we'll take a bit of a break here on the First Lady Classic side.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have taken some time, and I'll tell you, how about a nice round of applause for all of our exhibitors? 4 extremely tough splits in the Black Angus Bull Calf division. Well, without further ado, we are going to recognize our Black Angus Bull Calf champion in the President's Classic, sponsored by our good folks of CMEX. The entry 291 DMM Disruption 26N, shown by Miller Wilson, Angus, Bashaw, Alberta. Additional owners, Norrell, Limousine, and Angus. Again, 291, congratulations, your champion, Black Angus. Well, Grandma, it's a good thing you had a good coach helping you. So you see that little fella walking out there now? I think he's the love of this young lady's eye who's leading up your champion bull right now. Congratulations. Job well done, Miller Wilson. Your champion again. DMM Disruption 26N. And, of course, that gentleman sneaking in, that's Ron Nordall, Limousine, and Angus. Again, your champion, Black Angus Bull. Again, a big thank you to CMEX, sponsoring of our President's Classic. Again, Kayla Walker's been doing a phenomenal job all afternoon. I see Brad Gilchrist over here. Good to see you, Brad. Dennis was here earlier. You just letting that young lady do all the hard stuff? You're just relaxing and doing business? Okay. If there's anybody in the stands who want to talk to our folks from CMEX and discuss, any genetic type of planning, whether you're in the beef or dairy industry, Brad's here, Kayla's here, Dennis was up here just a while ago. By all means, just on my left of the announcer stand is our representatives from CMEX, and we're very pleased to have him here in the President's Classic. We're going to move right into the Texas Longhorn division. This is class number 19. We do have one exhibitor to show today. That'll be entry number 299, KL High Roller 500, shown today by Cotton Livestock of Cornack, Saskatchewan. We have the placings for class number 19. Entry 299, KL High Roller 500, brought to us today by Cotton Livestock of Cornack, Saskatchewan. Ask that you come forward if you would. Please receive your beautiful vest from our sponsors, CMAX, for the President's Classic. We do have one class remaining, and then we're going to get into our overall championship drive. Kayla, once again, see you out here doing all the hard work. Once again, congratulations coming out of our Texas Longhorn Division entry 299 KL High Roller 500, shown today by Stephanie Cott, Livestock of Cornack, Saskatchewan. We have one class remaining in the President's Classic, and then we're going to bring in our champion representative out of each respective breed for the overall championship. We're now ready for our final class in the President's Classic. This will be class number 21, and once we recognize our champion in this class, we're going to bring back the breed champions for the overall champion bull calf at the Canadian Western Agribition, and this the President's Classic, sponsored by CMAX. First to walk in to be number 300, Vindy Change the Game, N548, Bandy Cattle, Benson, Saskatchewan. Entry 301, Pick 6, Red Strokes, 510N, Pick 6 Cattle of Gull Lake, Saskatchewan. Entry number 302, Mr. Rosilvia, 62N. Shown today by Rosilvia Cattle Company, DeWint, Alberta. Additional owners, Rapid Creek, Maines, and Wilgenrich Stock Farms. Entry number 303, Maple Lane Notorious, 539N, Maple Lane Stock Farm, Wetaskiwin, Alberta. And number 304, Mr. Blue Sky Night Owl, JOR20N, Blue Sky Mains of Daysland, Alberta. And a correction to my announcement, number 300 will be a scratch. 300 has chosen not to participate in this class. And we now have the champion in Class 21, the Manitou Bull Calf. President's Classic champion goes to entry number 302, Mr. Resilvian, 62N, shown by Resilvian Cattle Company, Derwent, Alberta. Additional owners, Rapid Creek Mains and Wilgenrish Stock Farm. Congratulations, entry number 302, Mr. Resilvia, 62N. Once again, we'll have Kayla come forward. Mr. Brad Gilchrist going to join us this time with the awards presentation. Beautiful vest, sponsored by CMEX here at the President's Classic.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the completion of the President's Classic, we are about to get underway with our championship drive in both of our shows here today. Levi, can you come back here for a minute, please? So here we go. Class 101, coming out of the Gelfie division, entry number 19, RWG Parkland M320. Coming to you from Royal Western Gelfie, Red Deer County, Alberta. Once again, entry number 19 from Royal Western Gelfie. Going into our Semitol division, entry number 38, Black Gold Lindgren Minnesota 4M. From Double N Ranch Corporation, Lloydminster, Alberta, and Westman Farms. Once again, from Westman Farms and Double RN Ranch Corporation, Black Gold Lindgren, Minnesota 4M. Coming out of our Charlet division is entry 51, SVY Darlin 410M from Sarienko Cattle Company at Maymont. Once again, from the Charlets, entry 51 from Sarienko Cattle Company. Going into the Black Angus division, entry number 66, Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia 435M from Murray Ranches, Tilly, Alberta. Once again, Black Angus champion, Golden Oak 1054 Magnolia from Murray Ranches. Going into our Texas Longhorn division, entry 73, KL Smoke Show 400 from Cott Livestock, Coronach. Once again, KL Smoke Show from Cott Livestock, Coronach is our Texas Longhorn division champion. Coming into our main Anjou division is entry 74, VNDY 708 Calypso 445 MET from Vandy Cattle Company, Benson, Saskatchewan, and Byman Cattle. Once again, our main Anjou champion female is Calypso 445M from Vandy Cattle Company in Byman. In our Red Angus division, entry 84, Red Double B Ellis 402. From Double B Angus, McLean, Saskatchewan, and Carlos Ohio. Once again, the Red Angus female is Red Double B Ellis 402 from Baxter Blair and Carlos Ohio. Going into our Speckle Park division is entry 92, PJS Milky Way 105M from PJS Speckle Park, Prince Albert. Once again, Speckle Park female, entry 92, PJS Milky Way from PJS Speckle Park. Going on into our Shorthorn division is entry number 98, KMS Reflection 28C 74M from Wild Weather Cattle, Kelwood, Manitoba. Once again, number 98 is our entry from the Shorthorn Division, KMS Reflection, from Wild Weather Cattle Company. In our Hereford Division, entry 102, Ella, Miss Kitty 4014ET, coming to you from Cane Creek Cattle Company, Glenham, South Dakota. Once again, entry 102, Ella, Miss Kitty from Cane Creek Cattle Company is our Hereford Division champion. That concludes our listing of every animal in the ring from the division champions of each breed. So congratulations to all the exhibitors today. I'll turn it over to Glenn, and we'll have the President's Classic bulls come in.
You bet. Thank you very much. Again, we'd like to acknowledge all of our First Lady Classic finalists, and again, congratulations to you for making it to the overall drive. We're going to move back to the President's Classic side of the show arena. Again, thanks CMEX once again on this great sponsorship year after year. Representing the limousine breed will be entry number 200, DBCC Nacho Libre 11N ET, shown today by Double B Cattle Company, Unity, Saskatchewan. Representing the Red Angus, this bull calf is entry number 202, Red TK 115 Battle Cry 10N, T-Bar K Ranch, Wawota, Saskatchewan. Coming out of the Speckle Park Division, we have entry number 210, KFC Night Moves, 75N, KFC Farms Limited, Abbotsford, British Columbia. The Shorthorn individual is entry number 217, Head for the Hills, Slurpee ET, shown today by Head for the Hills Shorthorns, Redver, Saskatchewan. Representing the Gelvie breed would be entry number 226, AWB, Twinview FT Sedgwick, 11N ET, Twinview Livestock, Parkbeg, Saskatchewan. The Hereford division is represented by entry number 233, Harvey Bold Statement, ET80N, shown today by Harvey Ranching Company, Olds, Alberta, with the additional owners, Tinley and Lila Harvey. Going into the Semitol division, we're represented by entry number 249, Erickson 44N, Erickson Semitols Incorporated, Clavet, Saskatchewan. Coming out of the Charolais division, entry number 268, BRL Nobleman 504N, Blachette Ranch Limited, Edam, Saskatchewan. Coming out of the Black Angus division, we have entry number 291, DMM Disruption 26N, shown by Miller Wilson, Angus, Bashaw, Alberta. Additional owner, Nordo Limousine and Angus. Representing the Longhorn division, entry 299, KL High Roller 500, Caught Livestock of Cornack, Saskatchewan. And wrapping up the championship drive, representing the Maynard Jew breed, was be entry number 302, Mr. Rosilvia 62N, owned by Rosilvia Cattle Company, DeWint, Alberta. Additional owners, Rapid Creek Mains and Wilgan Ridge Stock Farms. Ladies and gentlemen, how about a nice round of applause for all your bull calves in the CMEX President's Classic. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we do want to acknowledge our partners throughout the day. Of course, Babco is sponsoring the First Ladies Classic. We direct your attention to the big screen for the Babco video.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to bring your attention down in front of the announcer stand. I'd like to ask Mr. Kelly Howe to come forward. Kelly is the Canadian Western Agribition Jackpot Committee Chair, and he's also a Canadian Western Agribition Board member.
Test. Hey, well, I would like to welcome everyone here on behalf of Canadian Western Agribition. We had a really great day yesterday, and I think this is a really good opportunity to introduce the purebred beef part of our show going in to the thing. And on behalf of the Board of Directors of CWA, I'd like to thank everyone for being here today, the exhibitors, but also it's my privilege to introduce our sponsor, Daryl Babby, on behalf of Babco Meats, to bring greetings on behalf of them. So let's give a warm welcome for Daryl for their sponsorship and support.
Thank you. I'd like to give a shout out to Shauna Fuchs for giving us the opportunity to be here as a brand new company, less than 2 years old. It was a very big opportunity for us. We have cattle ourselves, and I can't imagine a better industry to be involved in right now anywhere in the world than the Western Canadian cattle industry. Just proud to be part of this. Thank you very much.
Well, once again, thank you very much for being part of the Canadian Western Agribition. At this time, I'd like to direct your attention to the big screen as we bring to you the CMEX video.
Every great herd starts with genetics you can trust. At CMEX, we're partnering with beef producers like you to bring innovation to every breeding decision. To strengthen herds, build profitability, and ensure sustainability for generations. Because success comes from what you see and what you measure. Phenotype you can depend on. Data to drive you forward. Together, we're building better beef. From Canada to around the world, CMEX beef genetics are proven across continents, helping producers raise healthier, more efficient, and profitable cattle. Together, we're building a stronger future. One calf, one herd, one generation at a time. CMEX Beef, building better beef.
Well, once again, thank you very much, CMEX, and I'd like to reintroduce Mr. Kelly Howe again for a few kind words.
Well, once again, over here on the President's Classic side, we'd like to introduce the CMEX company here and thank them once again for their great support and partnership with Canadian Western Agribition on behalf of the exhibitors and the Board of Directors. I know the team's been really great with Kayla and Dennis being here most of the day. I'm calling up Brad Gilchrist to do greetings on behalf of CMEX.
Thanks a lot, and congratulations to all the exhibitors that are here in the ring, and as well as the ones that are back in the barn. Really a tremendous show. It's always great to see this show evolve and see more numbers, but also see the quality of the cattle that keep coming out. Really appreciate everybody that's watching, both here at Agribition and afar through DLMS. And again, I think, without this great venue and the volunteers that really help put this on, everybody behind the scenes that work 365 days of the year, as well as the ones that are here announcing the show and do all the organizing. Thanks a lot for giving us breeders a venue that's really world class. So let's put our hands together for the volunteers that really make this possible, and thanks again on behalf of CMEX for allowing us to be a part of it.
Again, I'd like to thank Brad, Dennis, and of course, Kayla have been doing a great job here, and CMEX has been involved for a long, long time with the President's Classic, and I'm sure I'm going to see you guys again next year for sure.
So, ladies and gentlemen, just as we're doing some final tabulations here on our First Lady Classic and President's Classic selections here, we are going to announce the People's Choice here very shortly. So we're just doing some final tabulations and we'll make that announcement. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we'd just like to acknowledge our judges today in the First Lady Classic, Mr. Elster Burnett, Sheldon Kyle, Christine Sauter, and our 4-H Grand Aggregate winner, Cameron McDonald's. Once again, congratulations and thank you for the opportunity to have them out and do the selections on our cattle today.
If you believe in love, how will I feel it? If you believe in me, how will you let me in? If you are ready, how do I reach you? Thinking about us, you're thinking about it too.
So, ladies and gentlemen, on the First Lady Classic side, for our People's Choice Award winner today is entry number 51, SVY Darlin 410M from Sarah Ankle Cattle Company. Congratulations to Dennis and his crew for winning the People's Choice entry 51, SVY Darlin 410M from the Charolais Division.
Well, thank you very much, Rob. And of course, we opened up the President's Choice voting line as well for those folks who are sitting at home, maybe here in the stands, and you want to have the opportunity to be part of the Canadian Western Agribition and judging those cattle from up in the stands or sitting in front of your TV or having a cold drink on ice, and give us your opinion, what you thought via the videos or in life. So we're going to recognize the bull calf in the President's Classic, sponsored by CMX. The People's Choice goes to entry number 289, Brooking Yasavage, 5061, Brooking Angus Ranch, Radville, Saskatchewan. Again, we have Brad Kilchrist, Mr. Brooking right down here, Mr. Justin Morrison. We call him Mr. Brooking because that's how everybody knows him. And, of course, Kayla Walker as well.
I'm gonna reach you. I've got a feeling you're gonna reach me too.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to turn our attention to the First Lady Classic, and we're going to ask Mr. Sheldon Kyle, one of our judges, to come forward and make a few comments.
On behalf of the panel, I just want to thank the organizing committee for the invitation to sort through the heifers here today. What a true honor to be in this world-class stage with the world-class cattle that are presented in front of us. There's lots of cattle that didn't make the ring here for the final drive that were more than worthy to be here today. Don't let our opinions influence yours. There's lots of great cattle that got sent back to the barns. This is how showing goes. Someday it works in your favor, someday it doesn't. But with that, I'm going to ask Christine Sauter to go out and select our overall reserve champion. That's reserve champion.
We can run the world. Well, let us run. Well, let us run. Oh, we can run the world.
We're just going to hold up on that because what we're going to do, we're we're going to give some comments on the President's Classic at the same time prior to slapping our reserve and our champion. So, Mr. Matt Criddle, we do appreciate you being here judging along Sarah Aris and Mr. Garner Diebold. But Matt has got the microphone, and he's going to give us a few comments on the bull class here today.
Yeah, I think it's just a real honor to be out here. You know, I was thinking as I drove here this morning, you know, just everything Agribition offers to us here as exhibitors and as people who show up here to come and be a part of it. And for me, you know, when I was 14 years old, never really been around a cow, and to think that I'm in this ring today, being able to judge, is truly humbling. So, you know, I always said if I got an opportunity in this ring on this mic, I'd thank Agribition and all the people that are behind it. You know, everything you guys do is worth it, and you open a lot of doors up for opportunity for people such as myself and many others coming up through the ranks. So greatly appreciative of that. You know, and another point I just wanted to make today, you know, let's start by giving our commercial producers among the industry a huge round of applause. Whether they're sitting at home or they're here, let's give them a round of applause. You know, we gotta remember, as we raise these cattle, without our commercial producers that are the backbone of this industry, we really don't have a huge place here without them. And they're not here right now necessarily. Some of them would be, but lots of them are at home, you know, working their tails off, getting cows fed. And I think we got to remember that everything we do, as far as how we breed cattle, how we're trying to make them, you know, it all goes back to what those guys need from us. And so thankfully they need us in this industry, and it gives us an opportunity to be here today to do what we love. So, you know, just a great set of cattle left in here. Really happy with the set of bulls that are in here. I think from the short time I've been a part of this industry, it's crazy how the quality of cattle has transcended forward. You know, there's a lot of cattle that went back to the stall today that would have won this deal 7 years ago. So, you know, just a huge amendment to the exhibitors here. And yeah, on behalf of the three judges here, just thanks a lot for having us, guys, and we'll go get you some champions here.
Okay, back onto the First Lady Classic side. We'll ask Christine Sauter to go ahead and name our reserve champion female of today's show. Coming out of the Seminole Division, a reserve champion female, the First Lady Classic is entry 38, Black Gold, Lindgren, Minnesota, 4M. Coming to you from Double RN Ranch Corporation, Lloydminster, and Westman Farms. Congratulations to our Seminole Division winner.
We're going to move back to the CMX President's Classic side of it now. We're going to recognize our reserve champion, President's Classic Bull Calf. And we'd like to have Mr. Garner Diebold go for a walk and choose his champion, reserve champion. You bet. Your reserve champion coming out of the Black Angus division, entry number 291, DMM Disruption, 26N, Miller Wilson Angus, Bashaw, Alberta, additional owner, Nordol Limousine, and Angus. Congratulations.
So back onto the First Lady Classic side, we'll ask Mr. Alistair Burnett to come forward and make our champion female on the First Lady Classic side. There you have it. Entry 66, Golden Oak, 1054, Magnolia, 4:35 a.m. is our champion First Lady Classic female. She'll be in the Supreme Show on Saturday evening right in this very ring, sponsored by CN. Coming to you from Murray Ranches, Tilly, Alberta. Once again, Golden Oak, 1054, Magnolia, 4:35 a.m. from Murray Ranches. Congratulations.
Well, back over with the boys this time in C-Mix and the President's Classic. We're going to ask Ms. Sarah Aras if she would take a stroll and give a slap to her grand champion bull calf here at the 2025 Canadian Western Agribition and the President's Classic, sponsored by C-Mix. All right, entry 249 is your champion, President's Classic. Erickson 44 and shown today by Erickson Sementals, Clavette, Saskatchewan. Congratulations. And once again, we thank our judges, Sarah Aras, Matt Criddle, Garner Ebald, C-Mix, for all you do for the Canadian Western Agribition, sponsoring our President's Classic.